Hello, welcome to Spooky Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. All right, we gotta talk about this. 6-7 says, first time I'm noticing there are 3 O's. We gotta do a poll. How many of y'all knew there were 3 O's in Spooky Tuesday? I am doing a poll, but you can also answer.
Hello.
Poll, where's the poll button? We can make this... 10 minutes is the longest you can do a poll? That's silly. Okay. 10 minutes it is. Hello, Hinton, 6-7, Valis. Not bad indeed. We are doing not bad. Hopefully we'll remain that way for a little bit. I have one of the menus open because I believe that effectively pauses the game. Silver, oh my gosh, 24 months. I refuse to believe this. That's too many months. I agree. I agree completely. It's probably like 4 or 5 months. Well, maybe a little more than that. Val said, I think I knew, then I forgot, now I know again. I see. I didn't leave a poll option for that. I'm sorry. You'll just have to do your best. Unsecret Crush, yes, you are allowed to participate in the poll. Of course. Drone on, hello, good to see you. Sound alerts appear to not be working. I heard a hello. Did everyone else hear the hello? The sound alerts have been a little weird. I don't know what the deal is. Okay. We got a flush. That was very, very delayed. It's annoying because I found a thing that might have been contributing to this issue the other day, and I changed it, and I thought, well, hopefully it'll be fixed now, but clearly that is not the case. We're getting lots of hellos though, so it seems to be kind of in the same state that it has been. I gotta look into this, but I think it's just some weirdness on Twitch's end as far as I can tell. Culinary disaster. Derek Ironbutt, I don't remember if I said hello. Verdant Tree, hello. Is there I never really took much notice option. I mean, that's just a no. It's fine if you just didn't really pay attention. That's completely acceptable. Res Mason, hello, good to see you. I suggest a follow-up poll. Read my Spooky Tuesday. Who could hang a name on you? I'm confused by this. I'm still a little bit sick, so I'm probably just not understanding. I'm still very stuffy. It's unpleasant. Did you hear a flush? Because I didn't. I heard a flush at some point. I think it was just delayed. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad we all agree the flush was delayed. This is especially disappointing because my anniversary stream is going to be Friday. Let's see. I think this... wait, no, that doesn't actually work. It doesn't work. It'll come up randomly, but I can't do a command. My anniversary stream is on Friday. If you go to robotspacer.tv, you will see details about it. And I set up a special sound alert for that stream. And I'm concerned that we'll have problems with it, but hopefully not. Hopefully it will magically all work great. Dronon says, I will, of course, be quietly judgmental as you continue to explore this difficult game. Wonderful. Always happy to be judged quietly. Or even loudly. Well, maybe. Depends. But this is definitely a hard game. I'm playing 2 kind of hard games right now. Well... overall, I feel like I've made good progress in Camelot, but certainly last stream was a little discouraging, but we'll get there. But this one is just tough. I'm starting to think that this is going to come out as the winner in the which game is harder contest versus Murder Club. Verdant Tree, yes, I did see you did a Coins for Karen. I will do my best to die. For a while, I had been disabling that for Maupiti Island, but I figured I'd just leave it on because out of laziness. And there's certainly ways to die. I don't know that I'll be able to do it as quickly as I would normally try to, but we'll get there. Hinton says, my anniversary stream is going to be Friday and I plan to do a lot of flushing, end quote. Yes, that's correct. Res Mason, Unsecret Crush says to Res Mason, I had half a Ruby Tuesday joke cooked up a minute ago, but now I've lost it. What is... I don't understand what anyone's talking about. Culinary says, when have you ever played an easy game on this channel? I don't know. I feel like the King's Quest games are not too bad. Certainly the ones I've played before. Although I did manage to frequently fuck up anyway. But yeah, I am drawn to the difficult games, it seems. Tronon says, puts on an East German Olympic skating judge outfit and fumbles with a pile of placards with score numbers on them. Wonderful. I like this image very much. Verntrue says, feel free to die at whatever is the most convenient time and least impactful. Okay. I will die at the first available opportunity. It's just the opportunities are not always obvious. That alligator one and the one with the radio signals. The one with the radio signals and the alligator one. Oh, later alligator? Yeah, that was a reasonable difficulty. The radio signals? Is that... What game is that referring to? Untold Stories? Stories Untold. Yeah. That's the one I was trying to remember the name of. Unsecret Crush clarifies, Ruby Tuesday is a Rolling Stones song as well as a casual restaurant chain. Right. I actually didn't know that was a Rolling Stones song, I don't think. But this doesn't clarify anything for me. I'm sure I'll understand eventually. Silver says Myst will happen on this channel at some point. That is factually correct. Are you saying that Myst is easy? I feel like Myst is like a... You know, it maybe depends on how much the gameplay approach clicks with you. I feel like it's a kind of medium difficulty. But I haven't played it in a long time. He could, in theory, solve that in 3 minutes. I don't know that I know how to do that. Probably not likely to happen. You know what? I just remembered. Ellie said hello. Okay, I somehow missed saying hi to Ellie. I think. Hello. Hopefully, I said hello to everyone. There's a feature on the Royal Tenenbaum soundtrack. If you say so. I believe you. This is very easy if you know the solution to one very specific puzzle. Right. I'm familiar with the general concept of what you're referring to. Like I've heard this talked about before, but I've never done it myself, and I don't remember how you do it exactly. They play it during the funeral scene. If you say so, I feel like you're a bigger fan of the Royal Tenenbaums than I am. I've only seen it a couple times, and it's... I wouldn't say I dislike it, but it's lower on my list of favorite Wes Anderson films. I'm offended you don't remember that song. I'm so sorry. Ellie says, it's okay. Nacho wanted to watch you, so I have you on the TV while I eat dinner. Nice. Hello, Nacho, and I hope you have a great dinner, Ellie. B is also here. Wonderful. Hello, B. Good to see you. All right. Should we play a game? I think we should play a game. Oh, the poll results. How's the poll doing? Most people said no? Wow. Fascinating. I know I've talked about it before, which is the main reason this surprises me. I feel like it's easy to miss. But it has been a long time since I talked about it. My answer is yes, by the way, if anyone was wondering. I did know there were 3 O's. It was not a typo. Blame the typeface. Yeah, I feel like the typeface does kind of help it blend in a little bit, like the consistency of all the shapes. Makes it not stand out so much. Ken says, I just didn't ever read it. Reasonable. Okay, so Maupiti Island. I feel like I say it slightly, just a tiny bit different every time. But that's fine. Because although it is named after a real place, it is not the real place. So we can say it however we want. Last week, we spent a lot of time investigating a note that we found in Anita's room. That someone wanted to meet her by the well at midnight. So we spent some time hiding in her room at the time when we believed the note appeared. She had a conversation during that time period with Bob. And shoot, I can't remember what Bob wanted from her. I kind of think he wanted information about what happened to Marie or something. But I could be completely wrong about that. But Anita didn't know whatever he wanted to know. She kept insisting that. He kept insisting that she did know something that she just wasn't willing to tell. He got mad. Eventually he left. Let's see. We also overheard a conversation between Sue and Anita. I don't remember the specifics of that, other than that I think they were just kind of worried about what all was going on. So then it seemed like, based on the fact that Bob was in Anita's room when the note appeared, it seemed like that suggested that Bob gave her the note. But on thinking about it more, I don't think that is true. I think she must have, and given though the note doesn't say who it's from, it's written as though Anita doesn't know who wrote the note. So presumably it was like left somewhere for her or something like that, is my assumption. And maybe she just brought it back to her room and stuck it where we find it. Regardless, I don't think Bob wrote the note. My best guess as to who wrote the note is Juste. Just given what we know about him. And we also spent some time hanging out at the well around midnight. Anita showed up late and hung around for a pretty good while, and no one else ever came. And we know that Juste, shortly after that time, is like in a hurry, seems to be like upset from what Anita tells us, or just, I don't know. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on, but we believe Juste gets killed shortly after that. At least I believe that. We know that his key to his home appears on the dock around 2. We know that Roy lies about being asleep at 1:30. That's around the time that he leaves his cabin and goes to do something. And then a diamond that resembles the one he wears in his ear is found in Juste's home, just inside the window, which has been broken into. Previously, the window was closed and jammed shut. At that point, the window is like wide open and one of the panes has been smashed. And Roy is still wearing Roy is still wearing a diamond earring. However, we know that he has a spare one in his cabin. And we tried to set up a scenario to confirm that the diamond in his cabin is in fact the one he is wearing after that time. But basically, we kept dying a lot. There's no way to confirm that, at least the way that I approached it, because you just end up getting murdered repeatedly, which to me seems like a good sign. Like, there's a lot of evidence against Roy at this point. Although, like, the like in-game evidence, all we really have is the appearance of that diamond. But that does seem like decent evidence. Oh, and the fact that we catch him at a lie. Although the tricky thing is, I don't know how to... Like, I would love to either confront him with his lie about where he is at 1:30 in the morning, or tell someone else or something like that, but I haven't figured out how we could do that. Hopefully I can figure out some way to do that eventually. Let's see. I feel like I lost a point I was getting to. But the main point is we think Roy kills Juste around 2 a.m. And we, or at least I, think that Juste is the one that was supposed to meet with Anita. There aren't a lot of people that seem to be possibility. Well, I guess you could say that whoever wrote the note just decided to sleep. I guess another possibility is, it could be a character we've never actually encountered directly, like Marie. I believe she is still alive at this point in the game. We also recently learned about a new character. What was her name? Lucy? It started with an L, I think. Yeah, Lucy. I don't even know what to think about Lucy. I kind of forgot about her until just now. Roy helped Lucy get away. Interesting. That's according to Anita. There seems like some similarities between Lucy and Marie. They both did a lot of diving. Both seemed well liked. I believe we had comments on, although I didn't write that down, so maybe I'm misremembering. Maggie said she was a funny kid. Right. We learned about Lucy because she was the one that lived in the locked room, which is the building we're looking at here, the top left room. Lucy left without saying anything, which I guess Sue thought was odd because Sue owed her money. Okay. Juste said that everyone adored her. So I did remember that correctly. He also said that she tore up his house and stole his amulet, which his amulet is an item that is laying also on this screen here next to the path. It's actually just outside of Maggie's room, which is kind of interesting. But we haven't really been able to get much out of, like, I gave that back to Juste, to like showed it to him and stuff, and we don't really get a lot of information out of it. Also, Bruce said that Lucy was a stowaway on a ship on the fishing boat and got off at Port Louis on, I can't even read what that says. Can't read my own writing. But that's kind of where we're at. I'm way behind on chat. A little behind, at least. Colin Error, good to see you. Thank you for the good luck wishes. Rez Mason says you could make the O's vertically offset like in the titles for Scooby-Doo. I could. But then there wouldn't be a secret O anymore because everyone would be paying attention to them. I kind of like that people don't notice the extra O. I think it's funny. Tom Waits has a collab that goes, I'll meet you down at the well. He does. Oh, yes, we did also show a cigarette butt to a lot of people. Thank you for the reminder, Dronon. We didn't show it to everyone, though. But I might give up on that line of inquiry. Loading my extensions and control panels. Nice. System date and time not set. Oh, no. Derek Ironbutt says, big progress will be made this stream. I can feel it in my bones, unless that feeling is early onset osteoarthritis. Oh, no, I hope not. I appreciate your optimism. I don't know that I share it, but I'll do my best. Okay. So with all of that said, let's figure out what we're doing here. All right. I loaded up save slot number 2 because I had a plan that I wanted to carry out. And that plan was, okay, I remembered. I thought it would be interesting to go to the well at midnight, and instead of just hiding and seeing what happens, which is, now we know, nothing, instead talk to Anita and see if she says anything interesting. For example, maybe she'll say, who she's meeting or who she thinks she is meeting. If she's willing to reveal that information to us. I don't know if she will be, but we'll find out. Tronon says there was one episode of SCTV where the show Dialing for Dollars gets a call from a psychopath who complains the show's sign technically reads Dialing for Dollars. All right. The question is, what do we do until midnight? This was the closest save file I could get. It is currently, I think it's actually 7:30 p.m. Oh, wait, no. 8:30? I don't know. I can never remember which hour is correct when it's exactly on the 30. So let's see. I'm looking at my spreadsheet. 7:30. Marie's room is highlighted. Chris. Oh, okay. 7:30 is when Chris is in Marie's room and breaks into the bookcase. And right, we did finally notice that there's a book missing. I wonder. I just had the idea that Chris, would do something with that book after taking it, right? And I wonder if it would be worthwhile to search his room after. We wouldn't want to do it immediately after, but maybe wait a little bit. So let's say around, well, okay. I don't have any notes about where Chris is after this. But maybe around like 9 or so, we'll go back to Chris's cabin and see if we can find anything. Dronon says 30 minutes is the previous hour. 35 to 55 minute, the hour hand pretends it's the next hour. Okay. I knew the latter part of that, but I wasn't sure about. I always forget. I frequently, I'm reminded, but then the next week it's all forgotten. But thank you for the reminder. Okay, so now it's 8:40, I think. Okay, so maybe this is actually a good time to go back to Chris's cabin. We'll give it a shot. Pier. It's a shame we don't get a little more music in this. Chris's cabin is... I have no idea. Try this one. Maybe? No, I don't think that's correct. This is Roy's. The fetid odor. We talked about that at one point, and I never. I'm going to make a note to myself to check if there's always a fetid odor in Roy's cabin. Okay, so this one, I think this must be the one. Oh, is he in there? Dang it.
You wanted to see me?
Sure, we'll talk. You may not actually be willing to talk to me, but we'll try. What are you doing?
What's the question? I'm at home.
Fair response, completely reasonable. Okay. What's your opinion on, what do we have in here? Marie's bookshelf. What do you think about Marie's bookshelf? I would love to know.
I'm like you, this bookshelf intrigues me.
Yeah, enough to break into it? What about Lucy?
I couldn't say.
Just writing down that Chris is in his cabin now. What have you noticed the previous couple hours? We'll try.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Okay. Probably lying.
Nothing special.
Okay. Do I have anything worth showing him? Sure.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay. Key cigarette. Yeah, let's show him the cigarette butt.
You think that's a clue?
I don't know. We've probably shown it to him before. Let me do some shout outs here. I'm eating an orange, by the way. It's not even fruit break. Wow. Breaking the law? Is that illegal? I'm not sure. I don't know that many rules about fruit break. But I hope your illicit orange is wonderful. All right, let's stop. 9:15. Let's wait to 9:45 and then try that again. See if he's still there. Damn it, Chris.
Always under my feet.
Yeah, that's me. Do I wait another half hour? I really want to poke around his room. Let's see, where is he later? Oh, he might be there for a while. According to my notes, he's sleeping from midnight to 2 a.m. So he's probably here until he goes to sleep. So we might have to come back after 2. Although I'm not sure I have anything else. Worth investigating before midnight. I got knocked out at the bar at one point around 11 p.m., which makes me think something interesting happens there. But I don't know what. Roy is in the vicinity around that time. So I'm inclined to think that's why. But that must mean he's doing something. um yeah, let's wait. Let's wait one more. 11 o'clock. If he's still there now, yeah. We'll just have to wait until after 2.
Always under my feet.
Yep. Goodbye. Okay, so now we want to get to the well and hide, I think. Well, um, I don't know that hiding is necessary. Since the whole point of this is to talk to Anita. But for whatever reason, I'm inclined to hide. And then like jump out of hiding and try to talk to her. That sounds so like that sounds completely ridiculous to do in real life, and yet I'm drawn to take that approach. So maybe because it doesn't make sense, I will resist the urge to do it. But I think she shows up at around 12:30. How would you hide a well? That's a great question. Devor, hello, good to see you. Okay, so we'll wait in real life a little bit now. What is that little guy, Devor? What a weird little guy. I like it. You're welcome. While we're waiting, Devor made some wonderful fan art of my last Camelot stream. Let me see if I can find a link to share it in chat. Hopefully, I think currently Twitter will let you look at a single tweet even if you're not signed in. Oh, I didn't check the final poll results. View results. The final poll results were 8 people were not aware that there are 3 O's in Spooky Tuesday. 3 people were aware. Incredible. Well, now you all know about the secret extra O. You can see it by hovering. Don't know if that works for others. I think that requires you to have like an extension installed, which I also have. Okay, I think we got another 5 minutes or so until Anita gets here. I hope she is willing to talk. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, I got the menu open. That's no way to pass time. Oh, right. We still need to get Verdantry a death. I'm realizing now I could have done that immediately by going into Marie's room, I think. Oh, well. Too late now. Anita's here. Okay, let's talk to Anita. I wonder if she's been here for a bit and I just didn't notice her name. Okay.
Were you looking for me, sweetie?
I was, in fact. Thank you for asking. What you doing?
I couldn't sleep.
Okay. So she's not willing to tell us why she's actually here. Which isn't surprising. Excuse me. A thing I keep encountering is, oh, I could show her the note if I had it. Let's...
You must have plenty of time to waste judging from your stupid questions.
Very true. Let's go to her room, take the note, and then show it to her and see what she has to say. I was going to say a thing I keep encountering is like, I want to... tell a character I know they're lying to see how they respond to that. I know that Anita is coming here to meet someone, and it isn't just that she couldn't sleep. But like the whole debate menu revolves around presenting a conversation. Well, not the whole, but a large part of it revolves around presenting like something that was said to you to another person. But things keep coming up that are just like a thing I learned some other way outside of a conversation. What was the other thing I wanted to... Oh, right. Calling out Roy on his lie about being asleep at 1:30. I don't know how to do that because there's not an item like we can go there and see that he's not in his room at 1:30. But there's no way to present that in any way. Is this Anita's room? Okay, it is. I thought for sure I was wrong. Okay, there's the letter. So I'm going to take that and then go back to the well. Hopefully she'll still be there. Damn. Okay. Juste. Okay. Good. Also ate some strawberries. Not sure if I have anything left for fruit break. Uh-oh. That's concerning. I hope you enjoyed your strawberries, though. I'm a big fan of strawberries. Wait, this isn't the menu I wanted.
I'm listening.
Show. Letter.
They said to come to the well at midnight, but there was no one there.
Okay. It's interesting that her response to that is interesting. Just like she's not concerned that I, went in her room and took this letter that she had hidden. She's just telling me about the contents of the letter. Can you remember being alone in a location at a time? I don't think so. Strawberries are very good. Nice. Ordered a bunch of cheap, ugly fruit, and it's quite delicious. Excellent. Hope that doesn't jump up your susso meter. I'm sure it does. I imagine it does, but that's okay. I'm not really worried about that at all until we get to a point where, like, I'm actually trying to make progress. Like, at this point, our approach is to fumble around and experiment a lot. Like, I don't care if I piss anyone off or make them suspicious of me. If anything, that would be great just to see what happens. Sakuragi7, hello. Have you played any Metroidvanias? I have not played any on stream, but I have in real life, including both Metroid and Castlevania primarily. I don't play a ton of those in general, but I do enjoy them when I do. Let's see. Castlevania isn't really a Metroidvania. Yeah, I suppose. I feel like some of them are, though, right?
She wasn't a girl like us. I often caught her snooping into things that were none of her business.
Wasn't a girl like us. We talked about that a little bit last week. Does that maybe mean she wasn't a sex worker? My understand, like, the game is really vague about things. But my understanding is that Anita and Sue are sex workers. Um, I don't know. Stream isn't real life. This is correct, yes. Davor says the term is a point of derision at the direction the Castlevania series took from Symphony of the Night on. Okay, interesting. Maybe that means she's a girl now. Ha, gotcha. It could be. So a game that came beforehand, like Castlevania, is a bit of a different style of game. Got it. Sakuragi says, never mind the Metroidvania genre. Do you always write things down in games that require annoying backtracking? I started doing that because of you, actually. Oh, interesting. I'd say it varies. In like a Metroidvania type of game, I would say I generally don't. Like the main things that are coming to mind for that are like recent Metroid games where generally you have a map to look at that you can use to help you remember, places where you were unable to progress. So for Metroidvania, I would say I typically don't take a lot of notes and just tend to keep things in my head. But again, I don't play a ton of games like that. So like I can imagine there are some that are a little more complex where it would be useful to take notes. They should do a Metroidvania in the Metroid series. I agree. So actually, now that I'm done talking to Anita, let's talk to Anita some more. Let's see if we can learn any more about Juste from Anita. Oh, do I still have that amulet?
Always under my feet.
Gosh, I just remembered I wanted to talk to you more. Okay, I do.
That belonged to Juste.
Yeah, okay. Nothing interesting to say about it. Is that her key?
Where did you dig that up?
Okay.
I couldn't find it anywhere.
It was on your floor. Yeah. Sorry. Letter, amulet. Okay.
I'm listening.
Let's ask directly about Juste. Oh, actually, let's ask what she's doing right now. I think she's waiting for him.
I'm taking a walk.
Okay. Maybe not. Or maybe she's not admitting.
Nobody knows the trouble he's seen.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't call a potato a fruit. I don't know. I would. Okay, yeah, great answer. Thanks. Yeah, I think the Metroidvania I'm playing now is just far worse than usual with the backtracking. Thanks for sharing. No worries. What are you playing right now? I know a lot of people have been talking about shit. It's on the tip of my tongue. The new Prince of Persia being Metroidvania-like. Because several places will be blocked off and several possibilities of why it's blocked off. Ender lilies. Oh, okay. Is there anything else we can ask? What have you noticed in the past couple hours? Let's try that.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
Sure, sure.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Actually, let's ask. Okay, around 7 to 8, I think, is when she talks to Bob.
Nothing special.
Found the worst thing in Metroidvanias is the map not being clear, helpful enough. Yeah.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Okay. Heck. Find the worst thing is me, the player, and my ability to do gaming good. Yeah, that is also a problem I encounter a lot. Let's review my recent notes. Bookcase. Third shelf from top, second book from left is missing. Oh, right. We could go investigate Chris's room again. At least soon. Oh, we got some additional info from Chris about the gunshot that he saw a flicker among the palm trees that alerted him that someone was going to fire on them. Also, I confirmed that Chris says they were shooting at Roy and Roy says they were shooting at Chris, which is weird. I'm not sure what to make of that. Oh, I have a note that Sue and Anita think they're next. So that was the thing that they were talking about that we overheard a private conversation about. Bob wants Anita to say where Marie is. Anita insists that she doesn't know. And he said, you'll pay for that. Maybe the missing book is the killer. We're always being warned about the danger of ideas. That's true. That's true. I haven't forgotten about that death. Okay, so it's 1:45, I think. Oh, no. Oh, right. Unfortunately, this isn't a death. We're just getting knocked out. It's a sudden and violent shock. Okay. Well, at least we kind of ended up in the direction we were going. And now, hopefully, we can go into Chris's room. Nice. Okay. Sudden Violet Shock sounds like an 80s band. It does. Unfortunately, when it's not a death. Yeah, I mean, we would like a death. Huh. Are these pixels always there? What are these pixels? The handyman's department. That's extremely unclear. Shavings. Huh. Shavings. This is a wrench, I think. Yeah. Shavings. There's a vise here. So, like, you know, and there's all these tools here. Some work being done. Some kind of handyman work isn't odd. But, I don't know. The shavings seem a little bit interesting. Let's open some things up. Sailor's stuff. Can we open up the bed? Open up these boxes. There's a bunch of books here, but those are always there. Can we open the vise? That'd be kind of fun. Okay, I think that's everything open. Let's search. That's some kind of cigarettes, right? Gutanes. I think we had this discussion before. There's no proof to put under a magnifying glass. If you say so. Nothing to read. A transmitter? Wait, was that always there? Hey, there's my party notification. Thank you, Stream Elements. I think the transmitter was always there. I just never really thought much about it. Because I didn't know what to do with it. Yeah, I have it written down. Transmitter. We should take that. A lighter. That's all. Let's search these boxes. A razor. A revolver. That's all. The photo. Sheet of paper. Glass? Is that always there? It's not. That's all. The glass is from Marie's room. I'm pretty sure. Why would he bring that back here? Also, I'm curious if that... There's at least one shard of glass that looks identical that you can find in Marie's room. I'm curious if that is gone or if it's like this could be a new shard of glass from when he broke the bookcase, and that maybe that's meant to be like a clue that it was him. But no book. What lovely linen. You're searching in the dark. Can we open these bottles? No. You're getting your hands dirty. Feathers. Nothing but feathers. So there's no book hidden here that we can find. It's a bummer. What can we do now? I'm still trying to think of how we can get murdered. Oh, did I search the books? You're searching in the dark. Let's try just looking at the books. Words, nothing but words. Turn over a new leaf. Oh, wait, what? A clue? Oh, what's that? Interesting. Interesting. What is that? Pills? Huh. Pills. Is that a clue? I mean, there's been pills all over the place. Oh, it just went back. Okay, hold on to that for a minute. Let's look around some more. To your health. Okay. Look out. You're on the wrong track. Shall we drink to that? Are you a greaser? Can't tell what those things are meant to be. I'm just wondering if this is like, is this possibly a hidden compartment here or something? Doesn't seem that way, but a resting place for a weary brain. Don't clue something I wouldn't clue. I'll try not to. Have you ever seen a streamer think this much? I think so. Oh, right. Let's drop this off here, and then we can search. Look at nothing special, nothing to read, no smell. Okay. So it's just some pills. That's all we know is we found some pills that seem to be kind of hidden away in Chris's room. I guess I'll make a note. Well, I should make a note about the pills and the glass. I need to blow my nose. Back in a minute. I do look forward to eventually having to take fewer nose blowing breaks. Someday. Oh, Juste's key is on the ground here. I don't know that. Yeah, I'll grab it. I gotta drop something though. I think we'll go grab the dime. I honestly can't remember what Roy says when you show him the diamond. But we'll find out again. I'm sure I've tried it before. Ate a banana as well. Dang, living it up. Okay, so window shattered. Oops, I guess I accidentally clicked eat. A clue. I guess this is also glass that's been broken, and I do suspect I have my hands. Oh, right. I picked up the key. I guess I'll drop the cigarette butt. Take diamond. It's in the pocket. I haven't eaten any fruit this year until today. Wow. 2 weeks without fruit. Can't imagine this. Does the game remember what rooms you pick stuff up in? Like, can you return later and get it? Yeah. It remembers where all the items are, so we can always come back and grab things. Let's go to Maggie's. I'm curious if that, like, I know there's a shard of glass in Marie's fish tank. I feel like that's not the only one. I think it's still in there. Coral, glass. Stone. I still don't know what to make of the stone. Also, I was looking at the box art for this game the other day, and that monkey statue is incredibly prominent on the box art. Incredibly prominent. Which isn't surprising. Like, I feel like there's enough going on with the monkey statue that it's got to be of interest somehow. It just got me thinking about it again. How did it get in the fish tank? Yeah. It's a real good question. Is this bed always like this? The sheet being pulled back like I can't tell if this looks different because it's nighttime, but I don't remember this sheet being pulled back like this. But it's also possible I just forgot. Just this pattern here. It strikes me as unusual. Oh, what's that? Are you making an assessment? What? This game sure says some things. There's clearly something there. You have your hands full. I know. Oh, let's drop the amulet. A brooch. Interesting. How long has that been there? It's either a clump of hair or a big bug or a brooch, apparently. It's been there as long as that extra O in spooky. You're probably right. Man. I am literally searching in the dark. That is correct. Are you an art lover? Yeah, I would say that I am. Careful, maybe it's a masterpiece. Interesting. I'm trying different things because I'm thinking about how glass gets into the fish tank. I mean, obviously it's there before the bookcase gets broken. So it's presumably glass from the window here. But it is a little weird that glass would be way over there. Like, I think, can we open this? Yeah. Even if this is open, like I guess if something hits this side of the window while it's open, then glass could go flying into here. But now I'm thinking about why that would happen. I guess my original assumption was that the glass was broken because of someone breaking into here, but that's not necessarily true, I guess. Like, I don't know, maybe Marie shot at whoever was coming in here or something. Or somebody shot at somebody that was standing by the open window. I don't know. That doesn't really tell me anything, though. Coral, glass, stone. The stone continues to perplex me, but I don't know what to make of it. Let's look at this transmitter some more. I guess I need to drop it and then search. We can look at the trunk contains a portable radio transmitter. Nothing to read, nothing to smell. Touch. Nothing's happening. I can't seem to find anything to touch on it. Someone came through like you and punched everything? Could be. It's in the wrong spot for that. Was it moved? The shard of glass? Like, it's definitely possible. But I can't really think of any good reason why someone would intentionally or accidentally put it in the fish tank. Hydrogen peroxide, writing paper, a lamp, mask, mirror. What? A lighter, Lucky Strikes. We have this match down here that continues to seem interesting to me, but I don't know what to make of it. This teacup has high-res art, which seems kind of... Have I ever tried taking it? You can't have everything. Okay. Well, let's make sure that's not just because my hands are full. Okay. We cannot take the teacup. The brooch is interesting. We should find some people to show the brooch to. Let's see. It's 5, so we know around 7 there will be lots of people awake at least. Oh, you're asking if the tank was moved. That's an interesting question. That is a very interesting question. Oops. Wait, it's locked? What? That was weird. I swear I clicked on Marie's room and it said it's locked. I was just going to look if there's any evidence of the fish tank having been moved. I have only ever heard brooch pronounced as brooch. Interesting. Okay, both are correct. Although Merriam-Webster seems to think that brooch is the more common pronunciation. Solder. Yep. It's one of those words I'm never quite sure if I'm saying it right and just kind of let the spirit guide me. Fair. UK versus US? Interesting question. I would never trust online to learn me anything. Yeah, that's probably for the best, but sometimes I do. Oh, I'm beat. That's not ideal. When's breakfast? I think we have a few more hours till next meal time, but I'm going to check. Ashes. Okay. I was wondering about that cigarette, but I'm not sure when that appears or if it tells us anything in particular. Read. Breakfast is not till 9 a.m. That's rough. I don't know that I can make it that long. We might have to go and rest a little bit. Not a big deal. Just thought I'd broach the subject. Very good. I've heard Brits say solder and Americans say solder. Yeah, I think solder is also the Australian pronunciation, if I remember correctly. Honestly, solder makes more sense because it's got a fucking L in it, and we just ignore it. I thought you meant Brit as in Brit K. Cayley. That's very funny. Only people named Brit pronounce it this way. Okay, we need to find someone to talk to. It's almost 6. Well, no, we need to rest. Let's go rest, and then we'll come back and talk to people. Solder is always how I've heard it. And yes, solder makes more sense. Solder. It's interesting that you're right with a T. Solder. To me, that's a little bit more of a D sound. But I guess it is a very subtle difference. Like the plant in Colossal Caves. Water. This is a nice color palette for this room that we don't see very often. Sleep. 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 We barely got to sleep, and someone came and woke us up to let us know that Juice's body was found. That's... Oh, there's a little forced pause. Leisure? Leisure? Router? How else do you say router? How do you feel about kernel? Okay. Let's go. We're still beat. I think we should rest again. Sleep. Okay, now we're simply worn out. That's better, I think. Kernel. Is there another way to say kernel? The body surprised me for a second, but I guess we have seen that before. In a weird way, I can see how we get from colonel to kernel. Can you? I can't. Juice throat is cut. Throat is cut. That's a thing that I have not thought about a lot. Is it possible we could find the murder weapon? We did just see a razor in Chris's room, for example. Roy's room also has a razor. Say it with the L and then just get faster and sloppier. Fair. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Okay, let's talk to Bob or Chris. Let's talk to Chris first.
What for?
Diamond, key, letter. Yeah, we'll show him the letter. We haven't
That doesn't mean anything to me.
really shown anyone the letter. I think I never really thought about it before, but it makes sense to see if anyone reacts to it.
If I find out something about that, I'll let you know.
I'm sure you will, buddy. It's like how Arlen, Texas in King of the Hill was originally a harlot town. Exactly. Been watching all of King of the Hill lately. Yes. Was that everything we have to show? I guess I must have dropped the transmitter somewhere. That was maybe a little bit of an
I
accident.
couldn't say.
Where did I drop that? Hello from my fun computer. Hello, Hinton. I'm glad you're on your fun computer now. It's always good to be on the fun computer. Oh, the body is gone. Okay. It disappears pretty quickly, huh? Anton's here now. UK and Aus, they actually spell it
I'm listening.
aluminium. I mean, I guess we don't put the extra I in there, do we? Diamond. Yeah, we'll show it to him.
Roy wears a diamond like that in his right ear.
Nothing to say about that. The brooch.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay, that's it.
I'm listening.
Nancy Crush says, earlier today I watched a video of someone talking about HBO with an accent I can't place, possibly Australian, who said that H with H? That's definitely an Australian thing. There's a lot more H than I've ever heard in my life. Yeah. If I had to try to explain how she said it, I would maybe spell it H. Yeah. I would just say H. Yeah. Which is interesting because it's a letter H, so like it kind of makes sense to pronounce it as though it starts with an H, right? And yet we do not. Lived in Vancouver for only 10 months, but now I say Z all the time for Z. I think that's reasonable. It's kind of, I don't know. I feel like any kind of like regional thing, it's reasonable to just pick up quickly for whatever reason. Like I just sometimes it's just kind of fun or interesting to pronounce things differently. Sounded like when someone says white, like white, with an extra exhalation. Silver says yes. H is how I heard it in my youth, but I was surrounded by Irish expats. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that was an Irish thing as well. You won't believe how they say Whakaua gods in Australia. I feel like I said that wrong. I did my best. Connor says, yeah, it's meant to have no H at the start. One of my primary school teachers was very passionate about this. Interesting. Unspeaker Crush says, question for chat. Is the H in herb silent or not? I grew up pronouncing it herb. Everyone I knew always pronounced it herb. But I sometimes say herb because it's fun to say it that way. Connor says, not silent. Derek Ironbutt says, a good podcast radio show is A Way with Words by two lexicographers. They have a very good perspective on things. Interesting. Silver says silent. Davor says, depends if it's a name. Good answer. Val says, it is not silent. What about the H in yogurt? Which was, I like that you didn't include the H in yogurt. Silent unless it's a person's name. Oh, what are you doing, Anton?
I'm working.
Okay, fair. I'll let you work then. Why are we freezing up, game? Is something happening? Want the apostrophe back in Halloween. Oh no, we died. Does that count? We'll say it counts. I died. Thank you for redeeming coins for care and Verdant Tree. I hope you enjoyed your death. Your lack of psychology has made you persona non grata. Maggie was furious. With Anton, she took you to Mahe on board of the Brisbane, and she went to get the police, who took the matter in hand. Check and mate. I guess technically not dead. Maybe the cops kill us, but an ending. Congrats, you died. Thank you. You want to get really weird with H? Learn how to say Samhain. How do you pronounce that? Shouldn't have weighed the note around. Yeah, I'm sure that was not a great move. I did a lot of sketchy things. I'm trying to decide what I want to do here. I don't know what makes sense to do at this point. Pronounce sa when. Okay. Is the H in when silent? When. Sa when? When? I'm just being goofy. Press the H button. Keep saying H weird and I kind of hit it. I'm sorry. We're just talking about it and I keep doing it on purpose. I'll stop. Silver. Okay. Let's do a poll. Should I start over? Yes, or we'll go back to 7 p.m. I think was about when my save is. Now let's do a quick 2-minute poll. Chad is not taking this murder investigation seriously. I agree. Oh right, we did find. I might already be answering my own question. We did find some things to investigate. I wanted to see if we could locate the murder weapon, which my best guess for that is to, find some things that could be used to cut a person's throat and see if we find any evidence of blood on them. Or, maybe like if we think Chris is the murderer, for example, maybe the razor is now missing, the one that was in his room. That would be interesting to discover if that is the case or not. Ooh, start over is winning. That's very interesting. I mean, I can still investigate these things if we start over. It'll just take longer, and then I will probably forget. But maybe we'll find more interesting things if we start over. It has been a little bit since I started over. Informal poll. Should I make another buttered tortilla with cinnamon sugar? I would say yes. I can't imagine why you wouldn't. Derek Ironbutt says, do a poll about the pronunciation of H. I will do that right after this poll is over. Okay, we have 4 votes for yes now. I'm going to put a vote in for go back to 7 p.m., even though it's not going to win. Build on what we've learned or risk getting distracted in a totally different direction. That is always the question in this game, I find. We had an option for this bear druid is kicking the shit out of me in RuneScape. I wasn't paying attention. Well, yes, one. So we're going to start over. Thank you all for your votes. I appreciate your feedback. Let me start this other poll. This will be a 10-minute poll. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat here. Why is there no yes option in the poll? In the H poll? Is that the one you're asking about? You have to pick one. I guess I'll vote for H. No H. H. Am I saying that? I feel like I'm saying it slightly off. Oh, no, we don't want that. Okay. We're at the beginning. It's 10 o'clock, 10:05 now. We wasted a little bit of time. That's okay. Here's a weird thing about me. The way you have spelled the different options for H, I would say out loud very differently, and I don't understand why. Can you elaborate? I don't understand. Ache and hack. If you say so, Hinton. All right. First things first, we need to open this up and open this up. We need to get our money. Important to have our bribe money. I don't think we need to look at that, but we do want to look at the... Oh, right. I never figured out for sure how to get white slavery as a conversation topic. There's a newspaper in here. Seeing this pill bottle, which is the same depiction of a pill bottle as the one we found in Chris's room, makes me wonder if there's any possibility that our pills get taken. Everyone is voting H. Fascinating. It's kind of goofy that we can't, like, get any more information about what these pills are. Like, a pill bottle with nothing on it seems a little weird. Although I am now remembering the time period, and I don't know, maybe that was... I guess I would expect some sort of label, though, right? Good night, Silver. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. Oh, Unseen Crush says, I would say H rhymes with ache and H like H. Oh, I see what you mean. Interesting. The H in front turns the CH into a soft sound to my brain, apparently. Okay. We leave our pills unattended. I mean, we can only carry 6 things, so I'm doing my best here. Let's continue. Newspaper we're going to look at. So this is the first place where that comes up as a topic. That isn't fresh news. Interesting. But last time I tried reading that and then talking to someone, white slavery was still not available as a topic. And I do remember at some point that coming up somewhere else, but I don't remember where. Okay. Now what? Bruce is here. It's really weird to start this game over because, like, I don't know. It's just more so than a lot of games. I just feel kind of lost, like, without any of the progress I had. I did at one point start making a to-do list. Get the $35, get Anita's key, which we can do at 11 a.m. Get the binoculars from Bruce's room. I think I will do that. Stone from Marie's room. I'm going to write a note about reading the newspaper, even though I don't know if it's useful. Let's see. Let's think about... We can try the locked room, which is Lucy's room. The shots, that doesn't happen until later. Marie's bookshelf, we need to observe after it's broken. Juste's death, I think, is kind of automatic. Strongbox doesn't happen for a while. Stone from Marie's room. I don't know if that's anything useful to grab. It's hard to come up with a to-do list because, like, there's so many things we could do that I don't know if they're useful or not. But let's go to Maggie's. H does not appear to be very controversial. Indeed, we have 8 votes for H and no votes for H. We don't need to open that. We can just go in. Oh, right. I'm trying to go in the locked room. Oh, right. I was wondering if the brooch or brooch, if you prefer. Okay, so the sheets are always like that. I just forgot. Oh, I was going to start a new poll, but I guess I can't yet. I was going to do a poll on brooch versus brooch. So let's see if this, I think it's there. Yeah, so the brooch is always here. Let's take that. We definitely want to show that around to some people. Is there anything else in here we want to look at right now? I really wish, like, I would love to be able to know what this book is. Like, we could look at the spine. Like, if this were real life, we could look at the spine and see what that book is. Although certainly you could argue that if this were real life, we wouldn't know that book is of interest until it's already gone. But it bothers me a little. Can I do anything? Could I break this myself? Sound. There's so many options here that I have used so little, and it's really hard to know how I could possibly use them effectively. If this were real life, you would be dead now. That's true. Are you suggesting I save him? We could save. It's probably not a terrible idea. see. We should be able to get Anita's key now. I don't know if that amulet is worth taking. It's in the pocket. We still haven't found a use for that key. A lot of the options have few useful places to apply them. Do you want any nudges in that regard? If so, how? I would say not right now. The H poll has concluded with completely unanimous results for H. Thank you all for your feedback on H. Next poll. Brooch. Let's see. Or BR. How do I get the line? Shit. How do I get the line? I can do this. There we go. There's the one. Okay. 10-minute poll. Oh, wait. I did that wrong. Okay. Brooch. Good night, Davor. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the good luck. I'm going to need it. Okay. Bob's here. Let's talk to Bob. Let's see what Bob has to say about the brooch.
What do you want?
Show.
That's Marie's.
Okay. It is Marie's. So that doesn't really tell me anything. Do we have anything else to show him right now? Key? No, we do not.
I'm listening.
Well, I have nothing to say, so. Okay. What can we do now? Let's see if Maggie is here. Yes. Great.
You wanted to see me.
So we can ask Maggie about the locked room. And that will unlock some conversation topics. Don't know if I understand the poll options. Okay. The first one with a U and the umlauts over it is brooch. The second one with the O with the line over it is brooch. Long O, brooch. Thank you for asking. Let's repeat that.
That room's empty. It was Lucy's room, but she left a while ago.
She left a while ago. Okay. So let's show her the brooch. Oops.
That's Marie's.
Okay. So it seems like the brooch is not particularly interesting. Unless someone else has anything additional to say about it. I guess the only thing that comes to mind is like, it seems like it was like, it's a weird spot to find it, right? But I guess, you know, the whole scene of her room already kind of strongly suggests that like something happened, like a struggle happened there. You know, it suggests that she didn't simply leave on her own. I can't remember if anyone has ever like said that specifically, but it certainly has always seemed like she was taken or something like that. Whereas Lucy, for example, definitely seems to have left on her own. Can we have a poll on how to pronounce brooch next? Is that a word? B-R-U-C-H? I think brooch should be pronounced like much. Okay. Thank you for your feedback. I mean, the umlauts here are important. Bruck. Hinton says Bruck. French toast, mimosas, girl pals. Sounds good. Let's see if Sue's around. Can we talk to Sue? Yes.
You wanted to see me. That's Maurice.
Okay, that's all anyone has to say about it. Brooke. So many options. So we can ask people about Lucy now, but I think most people we've already talked to about her. Oh, I didn't grab the binoculars. So those are in Bruce's room, which I think we can get in there now. Yeah. Bamboo's log. Let's read that. I haven't read that in a little bit. January 27th, I ran into Rousseau in the harbor master's office in the port of Mahi. He learned that I was looking for a sailor to replace Victor. He recommended a certain Chris, who was at the Irishman's Tavern with a glass of rum. I hired him. When I got back to the Bamboo, Roy criticized me for having hired Chris without consulting him. Wait, can we go before? Or is that the first? Okay, just making sure. The new man doesn't know anything about navigation, not even the fundamentals. We'll put him off at Maupiti. I'll let Bruce in on it. Other than that, nothing to note. The first mate. January 29th. A shark followed us for several hours. While trying to harpoon it, Chris nearly fell overboard, but fortunately I was there to save him. The dogfish would have had him in a single gulp. Now we're calmly on the way to Maupiti, the first mate. January 30th. The storm came up suddenly. The hull is creaking everywhere. With each wave, I have the feeling that the boat is going to come apart. I'm going to try to bring the Bamboo back. Maybe this is my last message. Later. We dropped anchor at 11 p.m. We ran into a wreck. There is damage to the hull, the first mate. January 31st. The boat is immobilized for several days. Roy spoke to me about Chris. I will decide later. Bruce. And that's the end. Maybe the shark is the murderer. Could be. Binoculars. So we're going to take those. Sextant. Compass. That's all. Oops. The pit and the pendulum. The alarm clock is 5 minutes slow. That's interesting. A death? Yes, but only a dead bottle. What? Adventure novels. What? Close. Can't click the lid to close it, apparently. Okay, so now we can look at the monkey statue again. I was just thinking that we only ever looked at it during late night hours. The poll has ended. Brooch has won. Sorry, I gotta stop and think now. Brooch. 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 Yeah, I'm the only one that... I already forgot how I say it. I'm the only one that says Brooch, apparently. Which is interesting. Thank you all for your feedback. I think we should try to see if there's a daytime hour that we can look at the monkey statue. So that won't be... Wait. So I'm looking at my notes here. So water low at 4 a.m. Like it's on a 12-hour cycle, I think. So then 4 p.m. would also be low, I think. If I remember correctly. Water's high at noon. And also at 8 a.m. Okay. Most of my notes about the water height are early in the day on February 1st, the second day, because that was just the time period where like some people come into that area, and also that's when the strongbox appears. So that's the time I was paying the most attention to it. But we should be able to go there much earlier and look at the writing. I'm going to write in pencil. The water might be low at 4 p.m., I think. Imagine losing a poll on your own channel. I mean, not surprising. Unsuka Crush says, I'll say it either way, but generally I feel like you broach a topic while wearing a brooch. I think that's fair. Tronon says, I'm not sure how to say it either, but living in Canada can do that. Fair. The English and French pronunciations of Montreal were so different. When I was growing up, I thought they were two different places. What's the French pronunciation of that? Montreal? Thank you for the shout out, Maple Mystery. Everyone should follow Maple Mystery if you haven't already. Montreal. Okay. That is quite different. That's interesting. I need to blow my nose again. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. Unsecret Crush said, in French, many letters are optional. That is true, although I don't think it's really fair for us to criticize anyone on optional letters. Does everyone say blow my nose or blast my schnoz? I tend to say blow my nose personally, but perhaps I'm in the minority. What was I doing? We were talking about checking out the monkey statue at 4, but that's 3 hours from now. So we need to figure out what to do with our time until then. Maple Mystery, hello! Thank you so much for coming by. Happy Crimson Tuesday, everyone. I hope you had a great stream. I forgot the name of the game you've been playing. Please refresh my memory and let me know how that has been. It looked interesting, but I didn't ever have a chance to check out the VOD. If any of y'all are new here, hello, I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing Maupiti Island, which is a sequel to Mortville Manor, which Julia played a while back. It is very challenging. I have a large spreadsheet of time schedules, and I'm currently struggling to figure out how to spend my time until the next interesting time of day when I have some specific plans. Actually, I think we can go ahead and go to the pond now and see what the water is like there at the moment. Mousimus, hello. Great to see you. High Seas Homicide. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Hardcore games seem to require spreadsheets. That does seem to be the case. Okay, so the water here now is at a medium level. Let's see, how do we observe that? Water is the healthiest drink. So true. Fractal Mind Mike, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Fractal Mind Mike just released a game, Day of the Sandwich, which is very cool. It looks great, and I'm excited to check it out at some point. It is a small game. Let me see if I can actually dig up a link to that, in case anyone wants to check it out. fractalmindmike.itch.io. There's the link. You're welcome. Okay, so we want to wait until this water goes down, but that's probably going to be a few hours. There's no one here. Let's check out the well. Have you learned anything fun in Maupiti? That's a great question. We've learned some things. I can't think of anything that particularly stands out. I feel like I'm narrowing in on finding the murderer, but I don't have a plan for how to tell the game that, I guess, basically. it seems like everything I do to try to be more definitive about what I know or believe I know just ends up getting me killed. uh, so I think I think I'm kind of missing something in how the game wants me to approach things. There's these interesting mechanics where you can debate people that I haven't figured out how to use effectively. There's a lot of actions that I haven't really used at all. For example, like push, put, raise, turn, sound. Sound is like if you want to knock on something. Maybe you want to check if something is hollow, for example. I don't know. Smell, we've done a lot, but I don't know that we've ever smelled anything interesting. So yeah, there's lots to figure out here. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, we did learn how to say H, not H, and brooch. I had to think for a minute, not brooch. Everyone agrees that it's H and brooch. Dronon says, Oberdin has lots more NPCs, though. Maupiti's complexity is in time periods, questioning options, and objects lying around. Yeah. Eden Waith, hello. I missed you coming in. Trying to find... Would you say this game involves as complex of a spreadsheet as, say, Oberdin? That's a really good question. I found... like my brain understood what Oberdin expected of me, which I think made it more approachable. I still don't know how this game wants me to play it entirely, which I think is the trickiest thing in like I feel like this comes up a lot in older games that do something that was a little like, at least looking back at it now, like a lot of the things this game does feel very experimental, and like certain aspects of this game caught on and became, used in later games. But there's a lot of interesting things going on here that, I've never seen used elsewhere. So it's kind of hard to figure out what this game expects me to do. And then, like, I have that, and on top of that, I'm trying to figure out this mystery. And like, because I don't know the way the game wants me to approach it, it's hard to, like, if I find something interesting, it's hard to, like, narrow in on that and learn more about it. For example, there have been lots of cases where I learned about something happening at a particular time. For example, there's this bookcase we're investigating the disappearance of a woman named Marie. You can at any time go into her room and look around. There's a bookcase that is locked and has glass doors on it. Eventually, those glass doors become broken. So this is something I noticed a long time ago, and eventually I narrowed down the time. Just by checking at different times of the day, I narrowed down the time that happens. And then by looking at who is in the area, I was able to get a pretty good idea of who I think is the person that goes in and breaks the glass. So I feel pretty confident now that Chris is the one that goes in there and breaks the glass at around 7:30 p.m. But my thought was, this game has a hiding mechanic, so I could go in the room, hide, and then, see him do that, right? Like, that was the way I wanted to approach it. But if we try to do that, we just get killed or knocked out. I can't remember which. I think killed. So we never get to see definitively who does that. So I don't know if there's maybe some other way we can determine that more definitively, or if the game just wants me to use a completely different approach to like narrow down like who is doing various things. Unsecret Crush, thank you for the coin flush and the thanks. Hinton, thank you for the thanks. Bob is here. He is indeed here. Let's talk to Bob. Let's see what he's doing here. Dronon says, honestly, I think the game's approach is try everything, get lucky, and in the pre-internet days, assume different players would be struggling independently and then would pool their discoveries. I think that makes a lot of sense. I do think that a lot of older games assume that you're going to be happy to accept outside help, which I think at the time made sense because, you know, first of all, like a lot of things in games were not like standard, right? Like any game is going to have weird things that are unusual because so many things are new in games at the time. And, you know, since you don't have like people talking on the internet every day, and, you know, sharing of all the secrets of any given game, like, you know, any information you can learn about a game is going to be a lot more rare. You know, it was incredibly common for magazines back then to just like print a screenshot and then like the caption of the screenshot, like just tells you how to solve a particular puzzle in a game. Which is like, that seems so wild now, but like it was totally normal and like considered like, you know, cool and helpful back then because, you know, you learned about a secret that probably would have taken you forever to figure out. And, you know, there's still tons of other mysteries in any given game. So not really a big deal. Sakanaka, good to see you. Fractal Mind Mike says, interesting. I haven't touched this series yet. Interesting to get some perspective like this from you. Anyway, so the King's Quest 4 points chime is also the same one I use on my phone for a text message. For a moment, I thought I got a message. That's funny. I have my phone ringtone is the Metal Gear Solid codec sound. And these days, my phone is always on silent, but for a while, like hearing that sound used to like make me think I was getting a phone call, which is never something I personally enjoy. So it was always kind of stressful to hear that sound. TV Prime, hello, welcome. Thank you for the follow. This series isn't the easiest to play, but enjoyable. Yeah, I don't mind the challenge of it at all. It's just, it's a little tricky. And like, if I'm going weeks without making any real progress on stream, it can feel a little discouraging. But like, I feel like I've made just at least a little bit of progress each week. So hopefully we'll eventually feel like we're getting somewhere. I mean, I do feel like I'm getting somewhere. It's just, I still feel very lost in terms of like, how I will ever like approach getting towards an ending, a successful ending to the game. We've had lots of endings, but none of them good.
She went exactly where she felt like.
Lucy is a person we learned about recently who was in a locked room at Maggie's building and left some time ago, stowed away on a fishing boat and then got off at a port somewhere. Can you still buy ringtones? That's a really good question. I want to say maybe, but I'm not positive. Geronon says, Robot Spacer has been wonderful in giving a fresh perspective and overcoming some long-standing problems. Interesting. I'm glad to hear that. Also, for context, if anyone hadn't figured this out, Dronon has played this game before. Though I, of course, have been insistent in not accepting any hints. But it has been great to have someone around that's familiar with it and can share a little tidbit of insight now and then. Do we have anything interesting to show Bob? I think we showed this to him already.
That's Maurice.
Right. Oh, yes, and Dronon is working on an English guide for the game, which is exciting also. I will definitely want to... Like, I feel like even once I beat this, there's still going to be lots of questions I have about it.
She did a lot of diving like Marie. She loved it.
So it'll be interesting to read that eventually and understand the game's mechanics and stuff better. All right, let's go back to the pond. We've managed to waste a little bit of time. Water's still the same. Let's wait a little bit. So now it's 2:20. Edenway said, I want to say there used to be some iTunes music store way to buy ringtones. Haven't bought in a really long time. I tend to just use my own tones. Yeah, there used to be... I feel like it maybe still exists, but I could be wrong. But you could buy them in iTunes. There's a French guide, but it's for the Amiga version and it exists as a 290-page PowerPoint file with some very poor font choices. You've mentioned that before, but I don't think you ever mentioned that it's 290 pages. That's incredible. Wow. Let's wait some more. Let's just keep waiting until this water goes down. 3:25 now. I think it'll happen soon. I hope I'm not wrong. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I think right at 4 is when the water went down. So I was correct about that. Write that down in pen now. So this is the first time we've been able to do this during the day. I have the binoculars. And how did I do this before? Read? So there's this monkey statue. Actually, let's go ahead and just look at it a little bit. Heathen foolishness. I guess there's not really much we can see this way. Let's observe. The water level rises slowly. But we can read now that we have the binoculars. Oh, this looks exactly the same. Shoot. So this is inscribed on the base of the monkey statue. And with the binoculars, we can get this close-up of it. But it's still very hard to read. I believe it is backwards. I do not understand why that would be. And... I was about to say I know there's at least one mirror in this game, and we could potentially use the mirror to see it forwards, but I don't know that there's any way we can combine two items. We can't use another item right now. Although I guess maybe if I just had both items on me, it would just kind of happen. That might be interesting to experiment with. But regardless, I don't think it seems like there's letters missing, and I don't think it's in English. I did my best to write it down, what I thought it says. And I don't know what to make of that at all. I did at one point cheat a little bit, and I typed Pizan into Google Translate just to see what it would come up with. I can't remember what it said. It did have some suggestions. But yeah. But I think looking at this does give us some new dialogue options, possibly. Let's see if we can still talk to Bob. No, he's gone. You want it to appear? Okay. Actually, let's talk to Anton.
I'm listening.
Fractal Mind Mike says the only reason ringtone sales was ever an industry was because of the insane proprietary audio formats that phones required. Not such a need these days. Yeah. Hinton is very disappointed by the selection on iTunes. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, so now we can go into your opinion on... Okay, we just have the statue at the pond. There's nothing specific about the writing on it.
Wallaso was the guardian of the pond.
Wallaso is the name of the monkey, I believe. Okay. Have we ever asked Anton about Lucy? Can't remember.
Ask Roy, he helped her get away.
Okay. Oh, right. I actually had a note about that. Okay. I can finally afford to buy ringtones for the first time in my life, and it's all over. I'm so sorry. 67 says, I remember reading back in college an article that ringtones was a bigger industry than all of gaming combined and got really sad. Jesus, that is wild. That is wild. Certainly not the case today. Who's laughing now, ringtone industry? Let's talk to Chris and make sure I haven't... I'm pretty sure we've asked him about Lucy as well, but check. French Fansite has a lengthy text page with a solution with a lot of game details in the documents. There's also some solutions that were published in French magazines regarding Mortville Manor.
I couldn't say.
Nothing to say about the monkey statue.
I didn't have time to get to know her. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Chris was very recently hired on the fishing boat, so he hasn't been around for long.
I couldn't say.
He was actually hired in the past few days. And I got the impression Lucy left a while ago. Maple Mystery says, ooh, I wish there was a translation. I feel like I barely understood it and I played and finished it. Interesting. I'm not sure if I will ever go back and play that. I watched a little bit of your playthrough, but definitely not very much. I am definitely intrigued by it, but I will probably wait a little while to play another Longcore game. I'm not sure what to do here. Okay, so it's almost 5. It's 7 o'clock. Juste burns a wig in his stove. And right around the same time is when someone breaks into Marie's bookcase. I don't understand the wig situation at all. And I don't know what to do about it. I believe I was able to hide in his house and observe that to some degree. So let's maybe try that again if we can. Okay. Spicy scents. Let's see. It's 5:30. I think, yeah, we've got time until he comes back here. So we'll poke around a little bit. I've searched this place so many times, but sometimes we find new things. Like I found a new item in Marie's room today that I've searched pretty thoroughly multiple times, I feel like. When you use look at, you get this magnifying glass interface. And sometimes, like with this fish, you'll get a higher resolution image. Usually that happens with items of interest. There's a couple things like this fish where I don't really understand why we're getting a higher resolution image. But fairly often you'll find something like that here is just a single pixel or two, but when you zoom in, you can see that there's an item there. So like, you can see how if you're not looking at every little pixel, how you could easily miss stuff. Nothing in there, and just ashes in the bottom. Pamphlet. I think this is, oops, let's go back. I think this is a pamphlet on communism, if I remember correctly. Read. Mac, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Proletarians of the world, unite. The Communist International. Often, if it's an item that appears at a certain point, I will notice that the pixel stands out just because as a designer, things like that kind of jump out at me a bit. So I've spotted a few things that way, but I'm sure there are other things that I've missed, especially if they're things that are there from the beginning. Right now, I just noticed this blue pixel up here. It's probably nothing, but it does kind of stand out a little. Let's see. Fetish doubloons. Spanish doubloons from the 17th century. Oh yeah, this is another thing that I'm a little bit bewildered by in this game. We can touch things and like you can pick a specific spot to touch. I've never really accomplished much with this. I think there's maybe been one or two items where I got a little bit of information. But not very much. Mask. That's all. Let's try searching some more. Mattress is crawling with lice. Dust. Searching in the dark. Catalog. That's all. Yuck. I guess the fish is gross. To your health. That smells fishy. Let's see if we can do anything with this fish. I'm sure I've tried this before, but... What are you up to? I feel like I even found a knife and tried to like see if there's any way I could cut open the fish. I don't think that was successful. All right, it's almost 5. We still have a while, but let's hide. I think we can hide, yeah, under the bed, and then we can wait. Still alone. I do like that reading things gets us some music. Wait, shit. Shit, there was someone here. No. Oh. I frequently miss when someone is here in the room because it's just like this text over here changes. I really wanted to observe while he was in here and see if we could get any information from that. So I'm bummed that I missed that opportunity. But that's okay. The main reason I wanted to come here was to get the wig. So it's a half-burned wig. Smells like burning. If we touch it, we get ash on our hands. So now we can take the wig and show it to people, which the most we've gotten out of doing that is a couple people said that it reminds them of something, which seemed interesting but not particularly helpful. Dark. So it's now 8 o'clock. All right. I'm so annoyed I missed the opportunity to... I was also kind of wondering what would happen if I tried to talk to Juste in that scenario. If he would admit to what he was doing or anything. Have we ever tried showing the wig to Juste? I do not remember. At some point, I'm going to need to like make another spreadsheet of like all the characters and what I've asked them about because I'm constantly forgetting. And because you only get items at certain times and it's not always obvious where to find a certain character, it can be a pain to ask certain people about certain things. Okay, so we should be at the bar or the saloon, I think. Gee, it's past midnight already? Okay, Juste is here. Great.
Yes, sir.
So, let's ask him about the brooch first.
That's Marie's.
Okay. For whatever reason, that response always gets cut off, but it's just I don't have anything to tell you about that response. Wig.
I'm scared.
Interesting. I'm scared. I mean, I guess that's not too surprising of a response, but I mean, he obviously, like, we know he was the one that was trying to burn it. We don't know why, but obviously he was doing that to hide something. Um, hmm. Do we have anything else to show him? No.
I'm listening.
Good night, 6-7. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you sleep well.
Everyone adored her.
Everyone liked Lucy.
I don't know where she went, but she's the one who tore up my house. She stole my amulet.
I don't know what to make of that. We know very little about Lucy. So it's very difficult to speculate on why she would do that. And like his amulet is just on the ground outside this building, and if I pick it up and show it to him or give it back to him, he's appreciative, he's glad to have it back, but we don't really get any information about it.
I'm eating. The white man offended Wallace.
Let's ask him. No, not that.
I'm eating.
We just did that. What have you noticed the past couple hours?
Everything was as usual. I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
And then let's ask him what he was doing.
I was at my house.
And what were you doing at your house?
I was fishing.
Okay. Heck.
I was at my house.
Let's remember that. Or wait. Memorize is what we want. I'm not sure if that's useful, but I mean, he's not lying. He's just not giving me the full truth. But I don't know when it would be useful to present that. I know I've asked all three of them about the wig, but let's try it again. Just to refresh my memory on exactly what they say.
You need me for something, love. That's Maurice.
Oops.
Frankly, that reminds me of something what I don't know.
That response we've gotten from a couple different people. Yeah, I guess we could eat. Thank you for the reminder.
Are you coming here? That's Maurice. It's not mine.
Okay.
Were you looking for me, sweetie? That's Maurice. Frankly, that reminds me of something what I don't know.
I feel like I have to have shown that to everyone at this point.
An unexplained phenomenon empties the pool at a given hour. It's one of nature's miracles that science can't explain. The Maupitis believe in magic. Wallasu, the king of the spring in Creole, protects them against the demon of the pool.
I can't remember if we've heard that before. It seemed new. It seemed new because it stands out that there's an explanation of why the water goes up and down in the pool. Like, it seems weird because it seems like it's a body of water that's not connected to the ocean. So for the water to rise and fall so much seems odd. What did you say about the wig? He said, "I'm scared." And that was it.
She wasn't a girl like us. I often caught her snooping into things that were none of her business.
Okay, what's next? I'm going to review all the items in the game. There's a medallion that eventually shows up on North Beach that seems like it's got to be something interesting, but I don't know what to make of it. I guess it's possible I haven't shown that to everyone yet. The doubloons, I didn't think much of initially, but I do wonder if that might be something worth showing people. I don't know. The transmitter in Chris's room seems super interesting, but I cannot figure what to do with it. I guess we didn't really show that to anyone. That might be worth trying. Oh, right. The pills in Chris's room. I was wondering if those are always there or not. Can you repeatedly ask and get different answers, or maybe be more forceful? That's actually a good question. I've never seen that do anything worthwhile. But in that context, it might have been worth trying again. If we run into Juste again, I will try to remember to give that a shot. Let's talk to Bruce while we're here. Don't get to see Bruce very often.
I couldn't say.
Was that the same? Oops. Okay. I'm just trying to screenshot this to make sure that was the same. Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay, let's ask him about Lucy, because I can't remember if I've ever done that.
I'm going to confess something to you. I've never been with a girl.
Brooch or Broach? We did. You were here for that poll. I think you were. Everyone says Brooch, except for me. I say Broach. Love that we have a Maupiti expert in chat. Yeah, it's great. And I'm wanting to ask for clarification on things, but stubbornly refusing to. What's your opinion on? Oh, you say Broach. Interesting. Fascinating.
Roy told me that she got off at Port Louis on Mauritius. I didn't notice a thing. She was traveling as a stowaway.
That is interesting, but ultimately doesn't seem very useful right now. Oh, that was a Bruce joke. I get it. Yeah, let's save. We haven't saved in a bit. I was just going to do something. Chris's room. Got to go prepare meal. Don't miss any more meal times at Maggie's. I'll do my best, Hinton. I hope you also do not miss your meal time. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, it's late, but he's probably not in there yet, I think. I hope. Oh, no, he's in there. Heck.
You wanted to see me.
I didn't, but I'll pretend like I did.
If I find out something about that, I'll let you know. That doesn't mean anything to me.
He doesn't know anything about Lucy.
I don't know her well enough to talk about that.
I don't even know what I clicked on there. I was trying to not click on anything. Okay, so I think he's going to be there for a while. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll be in his cabin until 2 a.m. Okay. At some point, I got knocked out at the bar around 11 p.m. I feel like this would be a good opportunity to try to... Generally, if we get knocked out at a certain time and location, like, it seems to suggest something interesting is happening there at that time. And I have no idea what could be happening there. We do know that Roy is in that area around that time, so I suspect that he's the one that knocks me out, but that's just a guess. And there's this garden. I don't know that I've ever seen anything interesting happen here. There's money in the bush here, which is, if there's $3 in this bush, which is fascinating. And I feel like must be meaningful in some way. But I don't really know what to make of it. I've never found anything else interesting here. This faucet is higher resolution. You're all wet. I've never tried to use that. Okay. Okay. Nothing remarkable. Nothing special. It just said okay, but like there's no water coming out of it. There's nothing to indicate that any water is coming out of it. Huh. What happens if I turn it some more? Okay. Okay. Like, it's definitely recognizing that action specifically. And it's got that high resolution close up. So I feel like there must be something here. Like, I don't know what to make of this. Like so much in this game. Orchids. So many orchids. Do we have something that needs to be washed off? Not that I can think of. That also got me thinking about, like, if someone did a murder, they would want to wash off the murder weapon. So maybe they would do that here. So this could be an area worth investigating after Juste turns up dead. It's 11:05. I was going to investigate the bar, and then I wasted a bunch of time here. We'll go there and see if I get knocked out. Oh, is the... Okay. So that appears... Cigarette butt. All right. I also found a cigarette butt in the bushes outside of here at one point. Oops. That's not where I meant to go. I wanted to go back to the bar. Okay. You felt a sharp pain at the top of the head, then nothing else. When you came to, a half hour had slipped away. Interesting. And now we're back here and Maggie's here. So let's talk to Maggie and see if she has anything
You need me
interesting to
for
say.
something, love.
What are you doing?
I heard noise in the bar. I went to see, but there was no one.
Okay. That is interesting. What goes on here? Is it possible a knife is taken from here?
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Huh. Your intuition tells you there's something funny going on. When I looked at this stuff, I'm not even sure what that is. Let's look through these. Tranquilizer, mirror, aspirin. Oh, should look at what is in here initially, or when I've been here in the past at least. I don't know when. Kitchen bar, tranquilizer, mirror, aspirin, ashtray, lamp, Lucky Strikes, knife. So there is a knife in here. So it'll be interesting to see if we find that still. Mirror, aspirin. I assume the knife is in one of these drawers. First aid kit. That's all. A lamp. Lucky Strikes. A knife. So the knife is still there. Okay. So that's not it. I feel like there's got to be something that changes. There's this ashtray here, which at one point I realized I could take. It doesn't seem very useful. But who knows, I guess. The best soup comes from old pots. Nothing in the oven. So, what's the deal with this stuff? Why does it say your intuition tells you there's something funny going on? I do not know what to make of that. You really don't know what to do anymore. So true. Like, I feel like this is a frustrating thing that happens in a lot of older games. Is like, there's this suggestion that something is of interest, but like the game gives you no information about what I'm looking at. So like, it's very hard to figure out what I want to do here. It's moving. Ooh. Huh. I'm pushing whatever these are. And it just says it's moving. I did wonder at some point if there might be some sort of secret passage in this room. I didn't think it was particularly likely. It's moving. I'm even more confused now. Huh. Not striking. You hurt your hand. Knock, knock. Maybe it's moving is not really that special of a response. You're getting warmer. Zing, zing. There's something inside. Something inside there. It's already open. Nothing special. You're getting your hands dirty. This "you're getting warmer" in quotes is baffling. Can I turn on the oven? The smell of gas. Apparently I can. Because you're pushing it. Yeah, like, you know, it makes sense. The thing is hanging, push it, it's going to move, right? It's just... this text here, your intuition tells you there's something funny going on. Like, I'm trying to find anything to give me a clue as to what this is hinting at. Also, there's like spoons hung up on a rail, I assume. Yeah, that's how I interpret it also. But like, this text is baffling me. And I feel like it's really hard to tell if this is just some text that's, you know, maybe the translation of it is I'm losing some context as to what they were saying here, or just, I don't know. But like, it seems to suggest there's something interesting about these items. Bottle of seltzer water. Nothing special. No clues. Holds up the cards. 1.8. Thank you. The cards aren't for you, by the way. They're to the game itself. I see. Interesting. Very interesting. It's already open. You're badly raised. So rude. Can't figure out what that is. It's probably just like a switch or something, but okay. What did that do? This game. I can push a thing and it just says okay. I mean, I guess like I've literally just pushed a thing. All right. What time is it? It's 1:45. Oh, in real life also. All right. You know, I said this would happen and it has happened. There were things I wanted to do at a certain point in the game, and we did a poll, and the poll results made me start the game over from scratch. And as predicted, I have now forgotten what I wanted to do later in the day, now that we're nearing that time. If anyone remembers what I was talking about doing, feel free to remind me. I do think this has been useful. We haven't learned a lot. But we've done some things. I just can't remember what I was going to investigate. I was away. Have you died yet as requested? Yes, I did die. Well, technically, I was locked up and taken away by the police, but we're just assuming that I did eventually die in that timeline. Oh, that reminds me. We need to add one to our restart counter. I think we're at 22 now. Where is that? Here we go. 22. Yep. I'm sorry you weren't here to enjoy the death, but it wasn't very interesting. Who tried to use the mirror on the statue writing? I did talk about that, and that is worth doing. Where's the mirror? Oh, was there one in here? That's what my notes say. Tranquilizer. There's the mirror. Okay. Take. Okay. Oh, I remembered one thing I was going to do, which was see if the pills in my room are missing later on. Thank you for the reminder, Derek Ironbutt. Okay, so we can't do that until 4. But at least we're equipped to do it now. We can check on pills. I can't remember what point we found the pills in Chris's room. Actually, let's see if he's in there right now. A thing I've been wondering idly is if, like, I'm a little bit not trustful of Chris. I think he's hiding something. He certainly seems to be hiding his identity. He's pretending to just be a fisherman, but he's definitely not. But I think at this point we don't necessarily know if he's doing any crimes. If he's doing any serious crimes. Like, I'm pretty sure he's the one that breaks into Marie's bookcase, for example, but, like, that doesn't necessarily mean he's a bad guy. I do suspect he is, but we don't know. Oh, I actually went into
This isn't
Roy's
the time
room.
to be bothering people.
And I guess this is a little bit before he sneaks out. Got distracted and starting watching Malcolm in the Middle. That's completely understandable. Yeah, he's here.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
Yeah, I know. Stream Elements, thank you for the reminder. As Stream Elements just said, my second Twitch affiliate anniversary will be this Friday. I will be doing a variety of things, including an uninvited speed run. I'll be checking out some Playdate games. I was just looking through their catalog yesterday, and there's a bunch of different games I want to check out. I figure like there's so many interesting Playdate games I haven't tried. I think we'll just go through and check out a bunch. And if any of them seem particularly fun, then we can, spend a little more time on one or two of them. I will have unlimited DOS breaks, which I have no idea how that's going to go. Since it's unlimited, we could end up just playing DOS games the whole stream, if that's what the people decide. Or maybe no one will redeem it and we won't play any DOS games at all. It'll be a little bit different than usual. I don't always let the person redeeming choose the game, but in this case, I will be. And since it's unlimited, I'm going to limit that to 15 minutes. Though if you want, you can redeem another one and make me continue playing the game or make me play a different game every 15 minutes. Again, that is all up to you. Also, if anyone wants to request any DOS games, feel free to do so either in chat or on our Discord, and I will look into that. I did pick up a few more games that Silver suggested on GOG the other day. And then I will also be revealing photos of my teenage Vanilla Ice haircut and possibly some other childhood photos. And then I also have a special Mega Flush coin redemption that I'm very excited about. For those of you that just have a ton of points that you want to get rid of, Friday will be your opportunity. Oh, also, that stream is going to start earlier than normal, so we can have a little bit longer stream than usual. It'll be at 7 p.m., which is 2 hours before my usual start time. And if you go to robotspacer.tv or my Twitch schedule, you'll get the time in your local time zone. Dronot, thank you for the happy anniversary wishes. Verdant Tree said, it's part of my never-ending quest to watch every animated, good 90s, 2000s sitcom possible. That is fascinating. Next one on my list is Venture Brothers. I liked Venture Brothers a lot. I feel like at some point I kind of trailed off and stopped watching it, but it's a pretty good show. Let's see. It's 1:45 now, so Chris is still going to be there. Let's think about other things I can do. All right, my room. We're going to check my room. I would prefer to see if the pills are in Chris's room before I check if they're missing. But if they are missing, that's kind of interesting regardless. Open. That was in here, right? Okay, my pills are still here. Good to know. Last year I watched all of King of the Hill for the first time. That was a great watch. Unsecret Crush has been watching King of the Hill, all of it in order as far as I can tell. I think she's still got a lot to go, but I have also seen a lot of that because she's been watching it. It is a good show. I enjoy it. Dr. Girlfriend is one of my favorite cartoon characters. Yeah, good character. Agree. A lot of good characters, a lot of good goofs on that show. Let's wander around a little bit, maybe. We still have a little while until the water is low at the pond. A couple hours. King of the Hill stays really good until maybe the last 2 seasons. Interesting. Unsecret Crush says, I want to say I'm up to season 10. Wow. Okay. I didn't think you were that far into it. Oh, Anita's here now. That's interesting. Let's talk to her. I don't know that we have anything interesting to talk about. But Can't hurt to try. What are you doing?
I'm taking a walk.
Excuse me.
An unexplained phenomenon empties the pool at a given hour. It's one of nature's miracles that science can't explain. The Maupitis believe in magic. Wallasu, the king of the spring in Creole, protects them against the demon of the pool.
I just had a thought. So someone told us that Juste is the last of the Maupitis. We also know there's a medallion that we can find in a fishing net at some point that seemed interesting. Like, I feel like there has to be something to do with that medallion, or at least it has to give us some interesting information. At this point, all we've gotten out of it is that Juste and Marie both had one. The thought I just had is, what if the thing she just said, like, maybe like if we have this medallion, it will protect us from the quicksand or something. It feels like a bit of a leap, but it also seems like it might be worth trying. When does that medallion appear? Between 11:45 p.m. and 5:45 a.m. So we should go check and see if it's there yet. Yeah, the artwork in this is really great. Is there anything else we can ask her?
I was taking a walk. I ran into just behind his place. When he saw me, he cleared out.
When he saw me, he cleared out. Okay. So let's go to the garden. I think from there we can go to North Beach. Let's take a quick look at this. You're all wet. Search the bucket. Nothing special. Money is still there. Oh, we can't go to North Beach from here. Dang it. Pier? Pier's kind of in the middle. Nope. Oh, Juste is towards the north. Forgot about that. Hopefully we didn't... Yeah, we wasted like an hour just trying to get here. Oh, well. So there's a fishing net back here. Medallion. Okay. So it's there by 3 a.m. My suspicion is that it appears here around the time that Juste gets killed, or maybe after. Like, I don't know if it... I don't know if he loses it before. Like, I'm assuming this is Juste's. So maybe he loses it beforehand, or maybe, like, you know, he had it with him when he's killed, and then when his body is dumped in the water, it floats away and washes up here. I don't know. This is pretty far away. Well, it's a little bit away from where his body is found. So that seems somewhat unlikely, but not impossible. I figured my hands were full. Let's see. We want to hold on to, let's drop this cigarette butt. I can't imagine that's going to do much. Okay. Take. So now we have a couple different things we can try with the monkey statue at 4. And this is one of the few things we could touch and get some interesting results from. Weirdly, I have to drop it to try this, but you'll notice an opening on the lower edge of the object. So down here, I assume on the bottom where we can't see, there's an opening. I haven't figured out anything to do with that. And then if I touch it, it says the stones give way when you touch them. I assume it's referring to these little dots that there's 7 of around the edge. So it seems like I can, almost like they're kind of like button-like that I can press in. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of the opening on the bottom. So I do kind of wonder if it's possible there's some like, just the fact that this touch interface lets me choose a specific spot to touch makes me wonder if, maybe I can push these things in a particular order or something. Maybe I should just try touching all of them. I feel like there's got to be some item. Oops, that was accidental. There's got to be some item where touching it in a specific spot is useful. Otherwise, why go to the trouble? Oh, did I take it? I did. Oh, something's happening. Oh no. Your lack of psychology has made you persona non grata. Maggie was furious. With Anton, she took you to the Mahi on board the Brisbane. And she went to get the police, who took matter in hand. Checkmate. So basically, this ending is like there's a hidden kind of trust meter for the other people in the game, and if they don't trust you, you will get this ending. Dang it. I'm worried that's just going to happen again. But we'll see what we can do here. It'll be interesting to see if the medallion is here right now. I think it looks better on the Amiga, but this looks nice. I've seen some screenshots of the Amiga version on Moby Games, but I haven't seen too much. Okay, so it's not there yet. That's very interesting. It's currently... Oh. Yeah, we knew it's not there until after 11:45. It's only 11:50 right now, so 11:55, excuse me. This have a specific completion time like the first game. Are you asking if it ends at a certain time? If you don't solve the mystery by 11 p.m. on the second day, it will end. If that answers your question. I haven't taken a normal length break, so I'm going to go do that right now. I'll be back in probably 5 minutes or so. Okay. We've absolutely not bagged a killer yet. Trying to think of what I want to do right now. Let's save slot 3 and wait. $12.25. When you do, please remember to use a reusable killer bag. The oceans are polluted enough with single-use killer bags. That's true. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. So 12:30, still no medallion. 1. Still no medallion. 1:30. Aha. So it's right at 1:30. And I mean, it's possible we would have seen someone here if I wasn't skipping ahead in time. But I feel like it probably just washes up. Uh-oh. What are we uh-ohing about? Don't answer that. I'm just touching all the stones. I don't expect this to do anything, but I want to do it. Okay, I've done it. Now let's poke him in the eye. Okay. Oops. Meant to take that. Oh, my inventory's full, isn't it? Oh, it's not. Okay. Wait. Oh, I don't have the mirror. Okay. Before I died, I had gone to the bar and picked up a cigarette butt in the mirror. Don't care about the cigarette, but we do want to get that mirror. So that was part of our plans. Dronon says, I am genuinely surprised. Interesting. I don't want to know the answer to this, but I was wondering if maybe I would get knocked out or killed by being there at that time. So I'm kind of curious if that's what you're referring to. Just writing a note that the medallion appears at 1:30. Excuse me. Look like the skull key from the Goonies. There's another item related to that in Marie's room. Well, that I feel is related to that. there's this stone that's got a little skull engraved on it. I wish I could get more information about this. Like, does this look, is this possibly similar to what the game is calling a stone in the medallion? You know, how big is it? Etc. Like, I would love to have more information. But I don't know how to get that. Okay, let's go to the bar and grab that mirror. Let's see, the mirror was in the right cupboard, I think. There it is. You have your hands full. Damn it. Let's drop the wig for now. I'm going to save in slot 3. Let's see, it's 2:30 now. 2:45. Okay. So let's wait here. I think we'll just wait again. Okay, so now the water is low. And my thought was that if maybe we try to read the writing with both the binoculars and the mirror, it'll that was an interesting transition. Like it was like I was seeing something else layered underneath. But anyways, it's not mirrored. Unfortunately. That's interesting. Like it almost seems like it's transitioning to this scene at a different time of day. And then the other thing I wanted to try was if we're holding the medallion and try to walk over there. What did I do that made me walk over there before? We could try to push it. It's too far from the edge. Maybe... Was it trying to read it without binoculars? You're too far away. You can only make out vague signs. So that's not it. I know there was some way to attempt to walk over there because I definitely died that way at one time. Oh. Okay, I just learned something interesting. Apparently, the put command is specific to what you're holding. And normally, I'm holding something, so it's just automatically using that. And, you know, we always got some kind of generic message that made it unclear what I was attempting to do. But now we know that that's like a way of using an object on something in the scene. That's very good to know. Very, very good to know. carvings in the stone. How did I die in the quicksand before? Oh, I can choose at the statue. Okay. Hey, F-Town. Before going there, you should have examined the edges of the pond. You were sucked in, swallowed up, and dissolved by the quicksand. That's one way to dig a grave. Okay. So the medallion did not magically protect us. It seemed unlikely. But I had to try. Good night, Culinary. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, you meant for Mr. Lang. Okay. Yeah. I feel like I've missed some deaths, but we're on at least 23. Oh, what to do. I'm trying to remember once again what I was gonna look into. Let's go back to the pier and try Chris's room again. Hopefully he's gone now. Yeah, good. Okay, so it looks like the pill bottle is there now. But unfortunately, that doesn't tell us much. Let's see. I was also going to, at this time, look for evidence of a knife or razor being missing. So let's open some things up here. I can't remember. I know there's a razor in here. I just don't remember where it was. Contains transmitter, lighter. That's all. Photo, sheet of paper, glass. The glass is very interesting. Okay, so the razor is still here. Let's look at it. No clues. Doesn't smell. The blade is dull. I wonder if that's always dull. I'm trying to think about what... Like, you wouldn't want to use a razor with a dull blade to shave. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It doesn't mean he's keeping it around as a murder weapon or something. Also, like, if it's dull, it's not going to be that great as a murder weapon either. Revolver. Okay. Let's close things up and check Roy's room. And then I'll check my room and see if my pills are still there. I feel like they probably are, but... when you were looking at the writing, there was a mirror menu item. Or if you can click that and something else happens. Oh, it shows my active menu item in the top. That is a good point. I've never. It also shows my money in the center. Like, I don't know the purpose of either of those. Ah, Roy, I didn't want you to be here. Let's wait and see if he goes away. But you do have me wondering if maybe that. Dang it.
Again.
Yeah, money is definitely for bribery, but the way it's presented is weird. It just, in certain scenarios, it shows up. Like here, we can see. Yeah, I can't actually click on that because it just switches to the menu. But I think when we're reading something, it won't switch to the menu. That doesn't necessarily mean I would be able to click on that to do anything, though. But yeah. I wonder if the devs adjusted localization for the exchange rate for francs to dollars at the time the game was made. That's a good question. I feel like most games would tend to not do that. But it's hard to say. Let's wait again and see if Roy ever goes away. He's probably still there. I should check my notes instead of just... Oh yeah, he's going to be there until 5 a.m. Figures. Do I want to wait that long or do I want to do something else in the meantime? We will wait. Still there? Get out of here, Roy.
Always under my feet.
For a game this intricate, I bet they did, or maybe in both locales it's just some adventure game bullshit. Could be. It is kind of interesting that, like, well, there's, oh. Your clumsiness has returned to haunt you. The men have thrown you into your cabin and locked you in, awaiting for the police who had been contacted by radio. For you, the affair is finished. We bothered Roy too much and got arrested for it. What was I going to say? Oh, the $3 you can find in a bush in the garden. Like, it seems like a weird amount. Like, is it 3 singles stuffed in there or what's going on? Like, in any currency, that seems a little bit weird to me. Such a pest, indeed. So I think I'm going to try that again. I really want to poke in there at that time of day. What did I just do? To the pier. So we'll just wait a whole bunch. Actually, let's go sleep. Our condition could be better, so we might as well sleep a bit. Sleep. We'll do one more. Now we're great. Excellent. Hopefully he's gone now. I'm pretty sure he's gone now. Thank goodness. Okay. Taco Adventure. Hello. Thank you so much for coming by. Hope you had a great stream.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
Oh shit, he came back. Oh, that sucks. 7 Days a Skeptic. hope you enjoyed it. If anyone is not following Taco Adventure, definitely recommend it. On a mission to play every adventure game. I think every English language adventure game. And if anyone is new here, hello, I'm Robot Spacer. We're playing Maupiti Island. It is a DOS murder mystery game from, I believe it originally came out in 90 for Amiga and then was ported to DOS in 91. It is very challenging. It's a sequel to Mortville Manor, if you're familiar with that game. And it's got a lot of interesting things going on and some wonderful art. Okay, I was trying to snoop around this guy's room, but unfortunately he came back while I was attempting to do that. Okay, I think if I wait long enough, he'll go away. Excuse me. A dead body has just turned up. We're going to just kind of ignore that because it's not what we're interested in right now. Okay, let's try this again. So the main thing we're looking for right now is any sign of the body we just saw out on the pier is a man named Juste whose throat has been slit. And I had the thought that maybe we can at some point observe that a knife or a razor that could be used as a weapon is suddenly missing from a location where it was previously found. So this is one of the places where we could find a razor before. Let's see, Roy. I don't remember where it was, so we'll just have to poke around. Okay, so it's still here. No clues in particular. Oh, I meant to touch, not take. The blade's edge is sharp as a scalpel. Okay, so unlike that other razor we saw, this one is nice and sharp. Doesn't necessarily mean a lot, but it is interesting. A cent. A 5-cent piece made of nickel. A 5-cent piece that says 1 on it. That makes me think that there was some conversion happening here. Otherwise, that's very odd. Game looks very challenging for an adventure game. It certainly is. I guess we'll continue poking around a little bit. Oh, we looked in there already. A watch. Nothing special. No interest whatsoever. That's it. Okay. Another thing I wanted to do, I'm just trying to make sure I've done everything I want to do here. Let's go to the garden. Doing better? Your voice sounds better? I'm glad my voice sounds better. I am gradually improving. I still don't feel super great. But a little better every day. So that's all I can ask for. How do I get to the dang garden? There we go. Okay, so this we discovered we can get a high resolution close-up of this faucet, which often if we get a high resolution close-up like this, it's an item of interest. There have been a couple cases where we get a close-up and we can't really figure out anything interesting to do with that item. So it could be another case like that. But I also noticed we can turn the faucet on and it just says okay. So there's two ways in which we can kind of interact with this faucet, which makes me think there has to be something we can do here at some point. The one thought I had is that maybe after the murder occurs, there's some like evidence here that, a murder weapon has been cleaned off at this faucet or something like that. But I'm not seeing anything different here. Here's some money shoved in a bush that is very confusing. I don't know what to make of it. Heck. Learning about that put command is very interesting. So if I have the medallion in hand and choose put, nothing. That's weird. Putting yourself out for nothing. It's weird that it just, if I put the medallion in this bucket, it's just like nothing happens. It's not actually doing anything. But usually, if you do something that's useless, it'll, say putting yourself out for nothing or something goofy like that. That almost makes me wonder if there's something to do with the medallion in the bucket that is useful. And I'm just not doing it right. Okay. So this happens for any item that I try to put in the bucket. Weird. Very weird. I'm trying to remember if there was anything else I wanted to look into at this point in time. Can take this key now. Have your hands full. Of course I do. We'll drop the stone, I guess. Oh, something is happening. I bet I'm getting a game over. Yeah. $24. Approximately.
Oofta.
Thank you for the oofta. Thank you for the scream. Both very appropriate. Unseeker Crush, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. Don't flush too many. You gotta make sure you have enough for the mega flush on Friday, or you'll regret it. The music comes on and you know shit is going down. Yeah. Or it could be you're just reading something. Oh, this dang game, it's so difficult. So difficult. Anton's here. Let's talk to Anton. 4 a.m. What is Anton doing here at 4 a.m.?
I'm listening.
I'm sure we've shown him the brooch. Stone.
I
doesn't know anything about the stone. Medallion.
Just always had it with him. He must have lost it.
Interesting. Somebody else told us that Juste and Marie both had one. A medallion. Which was interesting.
I'm listening.
Do we have anything new here? Probably not.
Who also was the guardian of the pond.
Oh no. What's happening? Am I dying again? Clearly this is a cursed playthrough. I guess I should wrap up, but I keep wanting to try a little bit more. I feel like we didn't make enough progress today. Let's try a couple things at the beginning real quick. The one thing that comes to mind is I want to know if the pill bottle in Chris's room is always there from the beginning of the game. So let's wait just a couple hours here. Okay, 11:05. I'm looking at the wrong day here. Chris. Okay, he should show up on the pier when he's left his room. Okay, there he is. It's this one, I think. Progress in this game is hard. It sure is. I think figuring out put was good progress, though. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so the pill bottle is always there. So that's not particularly meaningful, I don't think. And these shavings are always there, it looks like. So those are probably not. Why is shavings in quotes? Such a strange game. What could we put? Like something like the medallion or the stone. Seems like a good bet. But we've never encountered any scenario. Any place where we could, do that. There's nowhere to put them. All right. I'm just trying to do a mental catalog of, are there other things I could try real quick at the beginning here? So many notes. There's so many things like that seem like they could be clues. Like, I just looked at match on nightstand in Marie's room, and that pill bottle we just found. Like, are these clues? Are they just red herrings? Are they just kind of telling a story? Like, maybe they're kind of filling in details of what happened, but that doesn't necessarily mean we can investigate that item specifically and learn anything about it. It's really hard to tell. There's a ring in a pot in Sue's room. Like, we can find that. We can show it to people. Like, if we show it to Sue, she's like, "Oh, thanks for finding that. I lost it." I'm pretty sure she says something along those lines. And like, I don't know. Like, it's hard to not think that we're not getting the full story there. But how do we get it? I still have no idea. Cigarette butts in different places. Like, there's one that appears in the parlor. And I can't help but think that that's telling us something, like that someone in particular has been there or something. But I haven't been able to narrow that down at all. And then there's weird things like somebody told us that Maggie could tell us what was stolen from Marie's bookcase, but she didn't. Like, I could ask her about that specifically at one point, and she just had no details for me. And then there's this weird mission order in Chris's room, and the photo of the lady in black. No idea what that's all about. Like, I feel like it's ultimately just telling us a little bit about who Chris really is, but I don't know how to learn more. The transmitter. Is the transmitter something we could put somewhere? I don't know if that's an item we can use or if it's simply, another item that's kind of giving us more information about Chris. Can't remember where that is. There it is. I've tried touching that in various places and that didn't do anything. A trunk contains a portable radio transmitter. There's nothing to read, nothing to smell. Touching it, nothing's happening. Oops, I want to just take that. So now that's in hand. Like, could I put it on something. Where would be an appropriate place to use a transmitter? It's not open. That's interesting. Oh, could I put... Huh. That's interesting. Oh, okay. So I can use it to put an item in a container. Huh. I mean, it seems obvious enough, but like, I wouldn't necessarily assume that an action that's obvious in the real world is something we can necessarily do in the game. I'm trying to think of if there's any way I can think of that would be useful. Like, the only thing that's coming to mind is like I could use that to plant evidence, or I don't know, like I could put something in the oven, for example. Is there any other like there's a lot of different things we can open. It's not always like a normal container. Like it's not always a drawer or a dresser or whatever. So I'm trying to think of those like unusual openable things. Like there's a stove. I can't think of anything that jumps out as something that would be worthwhile, though. All right, I think we're gonna have to call it a night. I'm starting to wonder if I'm going to be playing this for the rest of the year. I will solve it. I do wonder if we're at the point where I want to start making a spreadsheet of things I've asked people and what their responses were, or at least whether or not I've asked them various questions. Juste and Marie both had a medallion is the thing I wrote down. Not sure who told me that. There's a bracelet of Anita's that's under a dresser in Marie's room. That's another thing where like I don't know if this is an item I can learn more of somehow, or if it's just kind of helping to paint a picture. Like it kind of suggests that maybe Anita was involved in Marie's disappearance, possibly, but not necessarily. I mean, they both lived in the same building for a lengthy period of time. I don't know how long, but you know, maybe it just got lost there a long time ago, and it doesn't mean anything that it is there now. 2 a.m. outside Maggie's equals death. 2 a.m. Oh, okay. I think these notes are from the playthrough where I stole Roy's diamond, and then we kept getting killed repeatedly. That made the game very, very hard. Thinking about Roy's diamond got me thinking about the put command again. Like I can't remember if I said this out loud, but a thought I had is like, what if we want to take some piece of evidence and put it somewhere that, I don't know, gets a character to respond in a certain, like, I can't think of anything specific that seems like a thing that could be worth trying. It's just a thought I had. The strongbox that appears in the pond by the monkey statue continues to be a weird little mystery. We can't get to it. That could be something where the put command might get us somewhere. Now that I know put command can be used to put an item in a container, I don't know if there's other uses of put. Like, the thought I had is, at one point I was trying to think of how I could take something like a fishing line and use that to, like, try to, fish out the strongbox from the water. And maybe using the put command on the strongbox while I have the fishing line in hand could accomplish that. I don't know if the game would, accept that type of interaction or not, but that's definitely worth trying. I don't know how to make further progress with the writing on the monkey statue. I don't think there's any way to interact with it at all. Like you could, I don't know, make a rubbing of it or something, use the mirror on it. It doesn't seem like there's any way to do any of that, but I do wonder if it's worth experimenting more. And I feel like I wonder if there's some way to eventually get over to it to not die in the quicksand. But I still have zero ideas how we would accomplish that. All right. So, schedule. This Friday will be my anniversary stream, second Twitch affiliate anniversary. There's details on my site there. We're going to start a little bit earlier, 7 p.m. my time. And I think it'll be fun. And next week from today, we will continue Maupiti Island. And week from Friday, we'll get back to Conquest of Camelot as well. Let's see who we can raid here. I've been trying to... Oh my gosh, why is this making sound at me? I've been trying to continue raiding December folks while we are still playing our December games, but I figure I'll take a quick look at who all is streaming. All right, Games Done Quick is going on this week, which is always worth a look if you're not familiar with Games Done Quick. Earlier today, a dog did a speed run, played a game. I can't remember the name of it. It was one of the games that was made to be played with the NES ROB little robot guy. But a dog who really likes ham was playing the game, and it was very, very good. One of the better speed runs I've ever seen. Enjoyed it very much. Gyromite, yes, thank you. We saved a game to play for the anniversary, right? So the anniversary stream plans are, excuse me. I'm going to speed run Uninvited for Mac. I will see how I do with that. I don't think I'll beat the current record, although I kind of suspect that the current record on speedrun.com will not be beatable in the version of the game that I'm playing. I'm going to play the original Mac version, but the speedruns that are currently up are for the modern port of it. And there's some particular things about the original Mac version that make it a little bit slow. That I'm guessing have not been preserved in the more modern port. But we'll see how I do. I will certainly do my best. We're going to check out a bunch of Playdate games, which I'm very excited about. There's a bunch I want to check out that look really fun. And we'll probably spend a little bit more time on whichever ones look the most interesting. There will be unlimited DOS breaks. And once again, if anyone has a request for a DOS game, feel free to mention that right now or over on our Discord. And I will see if I can get a hold of it. No promises, but I will certainly try. And also, very, very important, I will finally reveal my Teenage Vanilla Ice haircut. And maybe some other childhood photos that I managed to dig up. I think we're going to go say hi to Artyom Havoc. If I can type the username correctly. I think I got it. Channel has follower or subscriber only chat. That's fine. We're not worried about that. Artyom is playing. Oh, wait, no. Offline. Cancel the raid. Okay. Artyom's channel is suggesting we check out Galara Dragon. So that's what we'll do. Okay. Galara is playing Stray, which is not a DOS game, but it does seem like an interesting game. So we'll head on over there. Thank you all for hanging out. I've been enjoying this game a lot. And someday we will finish it. Someday I look forward to having a moment where I'm like, oh yes, this is huge. We finally made huge progress this week. I hope I have a moment like that, and it's not like every week I make just the tiniest little bit of progress. I hope eventually we have a bigger moment, but regardless, I'm enjoying getting there. Hope you all have a good rest of your week. I hope we'll see you on Friday or some other time. Take care of yourselves. Bye.